All right, so I always know we're getting close to breaking off a piece and putting it away when you start to see somebody get dressed in the protective wear. So these kind of like big gloves and the thing to cover our face. This means that we're going to be breaking this piece off. So we're adding a little bit of water, and then we're going to tap it off into the glass blower's hands. And it's going to be walked over to our annealer. And this is where the glass will be able to cool back down to room temperature. Can we get an applause for our artist for finishing a piece? So that last part of the process always goes really quick. You know, it's like as soon as they're decided they're done, they break it off, put it away, and it'll sit in there. Usually the process is overnight, and it goes from almost 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and it will slowly tick down until it reaches about 75 degrees. And that's when we're finally able to open it up and see what our piece looks like cooled. But it really depends on the thickness of the glass. So the thicker the glass, the longer we have to anneal it for. But since this is a blown object and there's not too much thickness in that glass, it most likely will be overnight. But I've heard of pieces having to be annealed for weeks to months just because it's a solid hunk of glass that has to fully cool all the way to its core. Otherwise, I think that we are going to be kind of just flipping on and starting another one in a moment here. So if you missed the beginning process and you want to see how we kind of start the glass piece, I definitely suggest that you hang around and see where we go with it. Okay, I can fill you in on what we are doing now. We're making what we call a color cup. So this is going to be a blown cup of color. The color that we're using is amber, so it won't be the white that we were using previously, and it'll be a little bit harder to kind of see that color as it's super hot, but as it starts to cool, we'll be able to see it a little bit better. We use these color cups usually to color whole things, and it allows us to have that really consistent color across the entire piece. And it's just a good way for us to kind of prep something that we can put into our garage. I was talking about a little bit earlier. This silver box is what we call our garage. So you probably saw we grabbed that color out of there that we are using. It's on the end of the pipe that is currently in our glory hole, and we can kind of preheat it up in this garage that stays at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And it also acts as like a waiting room for our glass. So if we want to kind of store something in there that we want to use a little bit later, or, oh, we want to make this so that we're able to use it after our lunch break, we can put it in there and be able to pull it out when we're kind of ready to come back to it, and it'll still be able to be used. So you can see we're taking that color, we heated it up, made sure it's really nice and hot, and we're starting to spread it over some clear glass. So we have clear glass on the end of a blowpipe, and it already has a little bubble in there, and we're now coating that clear bubble with some colored glass that we heated up. As we allow this colored glass to cover that whole surface, that's how we're making sure that we have that consistent color across the whole thing. And you'll see we're going to actually start to, blow it out a little bit more. We'll probably get some more clear glass on the surface. So we kind of create this sandwich where it's clear glass, colored glass, clear glass. We did finish the piece. So it was an elongated shape, very rounded and kind of organically shaped, and it had these 3 legs coming off of it so that it could stand on a table, and it'll be used as like a table lamp, like lighting on a table. Yeah, but it was like solid white, and the legs were this like pearlescent, kind of silvery, shimmery.
That's in the garage now then?
So it's not actually in the garage, it's in our annealer. So the garage is what we use for like a working space to store things that we want to keep using. When we finish a piece, it goes into these big black boxes called our annealer, and it takes it all the way from about 1,000 degrees down to room temp.
Thank you.
Yeah. So you can see we are currently rolling that glass out onto our Marver table. So these tables that you see kind of spread across the hot shop, those are what we call our Marver tables. We use them to roll out our glass to help us evenly distribute that glass. And in our case, we're using it as a way to help us spread that color across our surface. So right now, if we look at that glass that we have on the end of our pipe, it's much more of like a reddish color right now than what it's actually going to turn out to be. And that's just again because of that heat that is distorting it. So this amber color is going to look very red, almost burgundy as it's heated. And when we allow it to get really nice and hot, it'll take on that orange color from the heat. We're going in and using an air gun to blow some compressed air onto our glass. This is allowing it to cool a little bit faster. Because what we want is to allow this glass to cool down so that we can get some new clear glass onto the surface. We're going to go over and get that glass on top. And we're going in with our wooden tool that we call a block. And we're giving the glass a really nice round shape. This is making sure that it is kind of in line with the pipe and also is getting that really nice round, consistent shape going on so that when we blow air into it, our bubble will blow into it evenly. So now that we've added this clear glass on top, it can be a little bit challenging to see that color on the inside. But as we start to blow this thing out and start building it into that cup shape that we're looking for, we won't actually really be able to see any of that clear glass anymore, and we'll actually be just looking at mostly the color. So you'll see we've created that jack line So this is when we just go in with our metal tool that kind of looks like pointy tongs, and we're able to add some pressure and kind of pinch right at that spot where the glass and the pipe are meeting. And we're able to create an indentation, basically a neck, where eventually we'll be able to break it off from. It's creating that weak spot in the glass. So you can really see how we defined the difference between where the glass is on the pipe versus where the glass has been blown. On this other pipe, it looks like we just have solid clear glass that we've been getting. And if you're sitting over there, you're probably getting a little bit of that heat kind of a little bit closer to you as we cool down our pipe after our gather in our glass furnace. You can see we went ahead and attached our punty, so our new pipe, onto our color cup. And we're going to get ready to break it off so that we can start working with the other side. And now that we've blown this piece out, we're actually able to see how like transparent that color is compared to the white that we were using on our last piece. This color is not completely opaque, so we are actually able to see through it. Now that we have heated the opening of our color cup, we're going in and opening up that hole that we had left over from our blowpipe so that we can create that opening in the mouth to our cup. You can see now that this has cooled down, that amber color is really starting to show through. And you can see we went ahead and just put it right into our garage so that we'll be able to pull it out in a little bit and start working with it on the bigger piece that it's going to be a part of. What we're doing in the center bench here is we're actually kind of pre-making those little legs that are getting added on to the body of the piece. So something that we learned as we were making our first one that we just finished up is that as we kind of allow that powder to go onto the surface of those legs, it goes in places where we don't necessarily want it to, just because controlling that powder and the direction that it's going and where it wants to stick is a little bit challenging. So by pre-making these legs and applying that powder color onto them ahead of time, we're able to kind of avoid any accidents of the color going in other places. So when we make the body of the piece and we go to add these legs on, they will already be colored and ready for us to just attach them. So you can see again, we're putting our first leg that we made into our garage as well, so that we can go ahead and store it and keep it nice and warm so that we can use it in a little bit. So the one that we made right before this one took us about an hour and a half. But the thing is, we have most of our elements being pre-prepped. So those like legs that we added on, if you were here, I think you were. For the last one that we just finished? No, you came in a little bit late. It has these little legs that have to be added on, and it's a process that takes a little bit longer just because they have to be made and then put on there and then shaped. So we're kind of pre-making them and putting them into our little storage area until we're ready. So I'm guessing it should probably be about an hour for the whole demonstration. No, before it's finished. We're starting it. Yeah, we're starting it. They're getting going. I can see that they've already gotten the blowpipe. They went ahead and just put some color on it. And that's what's going to become the whole body of this blown object that we're making. Yeah, so we add color to glass in 3 different ways. It can either be through powder, which is what we're doing for these legs that we're pre-making, is we're kind of sprinkling this powder on it. You can think of it as like when you put powdered sugar onto your donut, right? You're kind of sprinkling it on. That's what we're doing for these legs that we're creating, these little bits of glass. The rest of the piece is being colored with what we call a color bar. So it's down here on the table. You can see we're using very solid brick of color, right? And what we do is we break these into smaller pieces usually and kind of preheat them so that they don't get shocked by that heat and break. Once they're preheated, we can pull them out of our garage and start fully heating them. We get them really, really hot, and we actually lay them onto the surface of a clear bubble. So everything in glass blowing pretty much starts with that clear bubble, right? Like we are starting with the basics, and then we add on any color. In our case, I think we're using white. So it'll be solid white. Yeah. And what we do is we completely cover that clear bubble with this color so that the whole thing will be opaque in that color. It's a way to have consistent color without any sort of, variation to it. When you want something to be just solid color, usually you go for a color bar. If you wanted to have variation, you would go for the powders or something that we call frit, which is kind of crushed up glass. It's very chunky, and it creates that variation where you can still see the clear coming through the glass. So, yeah, so we're going to be kind of adding on some more clear glass to this, trying to build up our mass so that we have more glass to work with, and then start blowing it up and shaping it. And then eventually we'll be creating, those smaller details of adding on those little legs to help it stand up. I want to encourage that we also have a kind of a sketch on the floor in the chalk of what this finished piece should look like. So you can see those little legs on the bottom that we have been pre-making here in the center. And then the whole body is what we're making over on this further bench there. And it's just the beginning, so it's really small. But as we start to kind of add more glass onto there, we're going to be able to see it grow and then blow it out. Yes. Yeah, we are on the end of a blowpipe over here on this far side. Usually you can tell it's a blowpipe because it kind of has this black grip on it, whereas the solid pipes don't usually have that. And so everything else that we're working with is on a solid pipe. We're not blowing any air. So these little legs that we're adding onto it are solid glass, but the actual body of the piece is going to be completely blown. Yeah, so off to the side where you can't see, unfortunately, because we have to have it having constant air filtration, because the powder is really dangerous to inhale. I mean, of course, it's powdered glass, so you don't want to inhale it. So we call it a powder box. We go in there and we kind of dust that powdered glass onto it, and it kind of keeps the air being filtered so that we're staying safe, keeping you guys safe, all that good stuff. But you can see that one of these legs is right here, and it has that color on it, and we got that color from just dusting that glass, that powdered glass onto it. What was that? Yeah, let me walk you through. So the glass furnaces where we are getting our glass from with the door on it, you can see we just pulled out some hot glass. Thank you. Our glass furnaces are about 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's the temperature that our glass can rest at and stay consistently melted in. And our glass furnaces hold about 1,000 pounds of molten glass inside of this kind of pot. And we're able to go in there, rotate our pipe, and gather up some hot glass. And you can kind of think of it as when we go in and start rotating that pipe in there, it's like a honey spoon collecting honey, right? As you rotate, the glass kind of sticks to itself and kind of builds layers. The other thing that we're using the most is what we call our glory hole, like I mentioned earlier. So this is like a reheating type of furnace. We go in there to heat the glass back up, and it sits at a hotter temperature between 2,100 to 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's just because as glass starts to cool, sometimes it doesn't really like to heat back up to that high temperature. It takes a little bit more heat to kind of get it back up to a place where we can actually manipulate and change it. Everything else, on the other hand, though, like our garage, our annealers where we let the glass cool, are all at about 1,000 degrees. It's kind of like that perfect harmonious temperature for glass where it's not fluid. Yeah, it's not fluid and taking on new shape, but it's not too cold. So it's all the things that we need it to be. Yes, all natural gas. So everything here is powered by natural gas. Yeah, no like a electric or coal or anything like that. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. So we're right in that. We're still in that same kind of area where usually we are using like propane. I mean, we have a lot of blow torches that we use. Those are all propane powered. Yeah. Yeah, we'll turn those on once we're working with a bigger piece, just to keep some certain spots hot, because they like to cool down a little bit quicker once they're kind of further back, right? Like all that heat is wanting to hit the front of the piece and not traveling all the way down to where it's connecting to the pipe.
Amazing how fast they cool down.
Oh yeah, it cools pretty quick, and if we were to allow it to just sit and start cooling down, it would combust. It would explode on itself.
Cool, would you do that for us?
It's not the best. It actually is so scary when it's like accidental and it just happens, or we kind of like knocked off a piece of glass to be like taken away from the rest, because we get like excess pieces that we don't need on the piece, so we'll break it off and leave it on the floor. And I always tell people like, watch that piece of glass that's on the floor, because pretty soon you're gonna see it break into a bunch of pieces and kind of explode on itself. But yeah, it's really interesting. It depends. If it's completely clear, yes. If it didn't have any contact with color, yeah, we can kind of break it back down, put it back into our glass furnace, and reuse that clear glass. If it has color in it, it becomes a little bit more complicated. Yeah, that's a good point. He just mentioned that that red glowing part on the screen, where like the kind of the white starts to meet it, that's actually the pipe inside of there. So the red that's kind of glowing and encapsulated by that clear glass is our pipe. Hmm. Yeah, so it kind of it tapers outwards so that the glass has a bigger surface area to grab onto, especially because we're going to blow it out and it's going to be really long. It just ensures that we have pretty good connection. Well, it'd probably just crack and fall straight to the ground, and then everybody would be so sad and disappointed. It's never fun when it happens. So. And you can see we're just going over and cooling down our pipe actually. So we just use this like water trough that kind of spits out water and cools down that pipe every once in a while for us. We do this especially after we've, gathered some glass or if we've been inside of our glory hole heating for a really long time. In glass blowing, we specifically use a material for our pipe that has low heat transfer and doesn't make any sort of chemical bond with glass. So we use stainless steel for our pipes. And so you would imagine that, that heat must travel all the way down that pipe. But really, we're able to kind of keep it to a minimum of only about 6 to 8 inches. And that's why when we kind of go down and cool it, we're able to still get some good grip up higher towards the glass. All right, so you can see that we went ahead and pulled out that color cup that we made a little bit earlier. So we did make a amber colored color cup, and then we were storing it in our garage to be used a little bit later. And we've pulled it out and we're starting to heat it back up. Meanwhile, it looks like we just got another gather of some hot glass onto our white base. And you can see we just did something that we call a strip gather. So this is when we get a lot of glass and then we kind of allow that surface glass that we just gathered to strip off. So we're just creating a thinner layer of new glass so that we're not building up too much weight, right? You can imagine you start to get a lot of glass on the end of a stick like that, your weight is going to be really heavy on one end. So since it's an uneven weight distribution, it starts to feel really heavy. So by stripping away some of that surface glass, we're making sure that we're not building up too much weight, but we're also getting some new glass on there. So you can see we're starting to work with this color cup in the center here. what we're going to do is we're going to set out this little stand for our color cup, and we're going to go ahead and rest it on this stand. And then we're going to stick our already made white base inside of our color cup. So the white color that we have kind of the furthest in, like the first color that we use, is completely opaque. So that white color will actually kind of show through this transparent amber that we've now laid over top. So for those of you wondering, right now we're actually kind of pulling out some glass and cutting it away because we're trying to remove any surface bubbles. So we might have some surface air bubbles from when we gathered, because if you think about it, you're rotating inside of that hot glass and it can start to create some patches of air bubbles, and then you get it onto there, and you don't want those bubbles to be a part of your finished piece, so we usually kind of pick them out, cut them off. Yeah, so just a reminder for anyone else that may have just come in, if you look on the floor, there's a chalk drawing. So that's a like a little representation of what we are working on. And ultimately it's actually going to be a like table lighting, so it'll be like a table lamp type of thing. Um, and it's going to have this very organic shape to it, and then we're adding on these little legs that'll actually hold it up a little bit later on. So this is when things start to get pretty exciting, because we have quite a lot of glass on the end of our pipe now, and we're going to start going in and shaping it a little bit more, and also starting to blow some air into this piece. And this is when you really get to see it stretch out. So we're going to really get nice and big, and then we're going to allow this glass to stretch and kind of create this elongated shape. It's going to get rounded on both ends, but kind of squished into the middle. And we're able to do all of this shaping with what we call our papers. So this is a stack of newspapers that we use. It's soaked with water, and it allows the glass blowers to get closer contact with the glass and manipulate it in a little bit of a different way. So you can see we have one person starting to blow that air in on one end, while on the other side, our gaffer, as we call it, the person sitting at the bench actively changing the shape of the glass, is the gaffer, who is then working and starting to kind of guide that air that we're blowing in and pinch in certain areas so that we can start to create new shape. It doesn't have a special name. So the arm sleeve, we just start to put them on once the piece has gotten really big. And you know, you're having to reach over pretty far to get under it and to get over it. And so we will start to put on protection just to keep our skin safe from all that heat. But most times a glassblower will tell you that the safety precautions that they're taking is to wear some sort of eye protection, some sort of closed-toe shoe, and then a cotton t-shirt. And that's pretty much, you know, their basic way of staying safe around the glass. you can see now we are going and doing a pretty important step in glass blowing. No matter what you're really making, we are creating what we call a jack line, and we're using a special tool that we call our jacks. So it's very conveniently named. What he's doing is taking these jacks and pinching right where that glass is starting to meet the pipe and creating basically a neckline, or also we call it like our weak spot. And this is where we will eventually be breaking it off from the pipe when we either finish the piece or we want to transfer. So this jack line that we create is pretty important for most things in glass blowing. And again, we are here with a visiting artist this week for a full week residency. So Rogan, you can see sitting down on our Marver table with the hat on, is here from Wednesday till Sunday and is the creative mind behind everything that will be made during this week. So he comes in with these ideas and colors that he wants to use, and our hot shop team that work here at the museum help him bring it to life. If we could play the artist slideshow while we are hanging out. So this gives you just a little bit of a better idea of some of the previous things he's made. He likes to make these very organic shapes, but also kind of functional objects that still look like contemporary art. A little brief bio as well. Very much inspired by science, so very like biological functions and kind of how the human body works and different processes, along with the world around us. So I want you to note on which direction we're kind of aiming our pipe. As we kind of hold that pipe down towards the floor, we're allowing that gravity to pull it and pull that glass to elongate it and really stretch it out so that we're creating this longer kind of sphere shape that we're looking for and that we want to continue working with. When the glass is hot enough, we're able to kind of manipulate it in this way by using gravity on just its own to either pull the glass by hanging it downwards, but we also have the ability to stick it up in the air and allow that glass to actually squat down and fall onto itself. So I just want to point out we are starting to use that pretty large blowtorch down towards the end where our glass is meeting that pipe, just so that we can maintain some heat on that lower area that isn't getting very much heat all the way down there. As we go into our glory hole to heat the piece, we're hitting mostly the top of that piece, and so we're kind of not letting that heat get all the way down to the coldest part of the glass, which tends to be that connection point. So by blow torching, we're able to apply some more specific heat to an area. And also this helps us get ready for breaking off onto a new pipe, which is what we're going to be doing in just a moment here. So you'll see we're going to go ahead and attach our new pipe. This is also what we call our puntee. And we're going to make sure there's a really nice connection between the two before we go ahead and get ready to break it off. So that jack line that we made earlier is really important when it comes to this part of our process. That jack line serves as a weak spot in our glass. And so we're going to be able to hit it with a little bit of water to create some small cracks on the surface of the glass. And then as we tap on our pipe, it's going to send those vibrations through and cause it to break right in that spot where we're hoping it will. So you can see we're now able to start working from the other side since we have freed ourselves from our original blowpipe. The pipe that we are now on is actually a solid pipe, so it does not have any sort of ability to add air into our piece. But we do still have an open hole left over from that blowpipe that we're able to work with. So you can see we took the time to get that opening really nice and hot because we're going to get ready to go in and actually kind of close up that hole that we have. We're going to make sure that we don't close it all the way and we still leave a little bit of that air space. But we're going to start going in with our jacks and pinching. And what we're going to do is we're going to remove this excess glass that we are currently trying to separate away. When we break off from a pipe, usually we have a little bit of an uneven kind of leftover lip. And so by doing this, we're just making sure that we're getting a really clean edge. So what we just went ahead and did is we used a tool that we call a soffietta. This is that kind of cone shaped, and it's got a tube that actually goes through it, and it allows us to blow some air back into the piece from that side where we broke off of our pipe from. It allows us to get a more rounded shape right at that end so that we can make sure we're achieving the overall shape that our artist is looking for. So you can see once again we're using that soffietta to add some more air back into the piece. So you can see we just went ahead and tapped off that excess glass that we don't need. So for those of you that were here with us when we were kind of prepping this piece and getting started, we made 3 legs to go onto this piece, and we kind of prepped them and then stored them into this box behind me that keeps them nice and warm for us so that we can pull them out when we are ready for them again. So what we just did is pulled out one of those legs, and we're going to be getting ready to attach all 3 of them so that we can actually have a place for this piece to stand. So it's going to act as the way that we're able to set the piece down on a table and actually have it stand up fully. So you can see as we bring over this first leg, we're going to go ahead, attach it where we'd like it to be. No, we're just planning where we're going to put it. Now we're going to make sure we have enough heat on both pieces to be able to attach the 2. So you can see we have added on that first like additional bit of glass that we're going to be putting onto this piece. Adding on bits of glass to a body of a piece can be pretty challenging at times, just because we have to make sure that the heat is pretty equal between the two different pieces, and that as we are pushing that piece onto there, we aren't pushing too hard that we are deflating our piece at all and pushing out all that air that we spent so much time blowing into it. right, here we go, adding on that second piece of glass that's additional onto our whole body of our piece. And you can see how we're trying to get these bits of glass to kind of curve in a certain way and create a tripod. So we're going to be adding that third one in a moment here. Once they all have been added on, we'll be going in and making sure that the whole piece can actually stand on all three of those legs that we have added. You can see that after we place on a leg, we actually have to kind of go in and trim off some of the leftover clear glass that came from the punty, the actual pipe that it came from. And we're just doing that by heating it up and then going in with our diamond shears, which are a special type of shears that we can use. They're basically like big scissors that we can use in glass that help us make cuts in our glass or to remove things completely. So we can actually grab onto bits of glass, knock it off, or be able to cut straight through it. It looks like we're getting ready to go ahead and add this third and final leg. And then we'll be able to get an actual look at what the whole finished piece will roughly look like. ready to add on that third and final leg. And you can see we're starting to go in with those cork paddles to shape out each leg. you'll see that we're going to take it over to this wooden kind of slate that we have on the ground so that we can start to make the impressions of where it'll actually be able to sit and rest. So it sounds like we're going to be going back off to the side to our powder box. I was talking about it a little bit earlier. Powder box is where we're able to apply powdered glass that is colored to our pieces, but we have to do it in a special box because we don't want to breathe in any of that powdered glass. So you'll see we're going to carry it all the way over and off to the side of our hot shop where we have this filtered box, and we're going to be able to apply some powdered color. So you can kind of imagine we kind of dust it on to the whole thing, just like how you would dust like powdered sugar onto a donut. So we go in there and we are dusting the whole thing with this powdered glass. And he's going to bring it back out and actually start heating it some more so that we can start to melt that powdered glass. And it looks like we're going to be carrying it back over and repeating the same process. You can see once again we're taking it back over to get some more of that powder color on it. And it is definitely not an easy thing to do to carry all that weight to and from. Again, I kind of explained it a little bit earlier, but just because of that unequal weight distribution, right? You have all this weight at the end of a long stick. And so something that's maybe 10, 15 pounds is going to feel like 30 to 40 just because of how much of it is dispersed onto one end only. But it looks like we're just in our powder box, adding a little bit more powder color. They wanted to go up a little bit further on the actual body of it. And then we're going to say we're going to bring it back again and continue to heat it, melting that powder into the surface. So you can see it looks like we're pretty close to being done with this piece and breaking it off, because we do have one of our glass blowers dressed up in the protective clothing to be able to put it away into our annealer. So again, the annealers are the big black boxes that you see on either side of the hot shop. And what these do is take the glass from about 1,000 degrees all the way down to room temperature. And usually that's an overnight process, but it definitely depends on just the thickness of our glass. So the thicker that we have the glass, the longer it's going to have to anneal for. I've heard of glass pieces having to stay in an annealer for weeks at a time, just because that core of the glass has to cool down. While the outside cools down pretty quickly, the inside stays pretty hot for a longer period of time. In our case with these pieces, they are probably going to just be overnight, mostly because the majority of the art piece is blown, and so most of that glass is pretty thin. And the only solid glass we have to worry about are the little feet that we added on to hold it and to allow it to stand. So you'll see we're getting ready to break it off now. We're going to add that water to our connection point and get ready for our break off. And then we're taking it over so it can safely go into our annealer. Can we please get a round of applause for our artist's hard work? Anyway, thank you guys for joining us. And it sounds like we're going to be going on a lunch break. So we'll be back in about an hour. We usually post the time up on the big screen so you'll be able to come check in and see what time we should be back. But I would guess probably, yeah, right around about 2:40-ish is when we should be back here. And we'll be working on some more art pieces with our visiting artists. Otherwise, I'll hang out if you have any questions before I also head out to go get a snack. All right, hello everyone. My name is Charlotte, and I'm going to be your MC today in the hot shop for the Museum of Glass. We were waiting for our artists to get out here, but now they are moving and grooving and getting going. So I'm going to be the one to fill you in on what's going on down here. And I'm also here to answer any questions that come up while we are going through the process. We have a visiting artist with us today, so Rogan is here with our museum on a full week residency. So basically that means that Wednesday through Sunday this week, he's going to be here working with our staff of glass blowers at the museum to create some original artwork, some creative ideas that he brings in. Our team then help him execute it. So earlier today we were working on some basically lanterns, kind of lamps, and they were going to be used for table lighting. Now we're going to be getting started on making a side table. So you can imagine it's going to be about yay high and pretty wide. And we're going to be starting over here, probably pulling out some color that we're going to use and getting our glass going. He's also on the floor right now sketching out a little kind of reference photo of what we want this object to look like when we're finished. While we are hanging out though and waiting for some things to get moving, I'm going to give a quick overview of our hot shop for those of you that may not know what all of this crazy stuff is down here. So for starters, everything that we make in glass blowing starts with clear glass. So we get our clear glass out of a glass furnace. You can see one of them is kind of glowing over on this far side, and that's because we have started loading it up with the raw ingredients to melt it down and start kind of filling it back up. We kind of rotate between the two, so when one starts to go empty, we have the other one that's full and ready to go. So we open the door, we stick our pipe inside, we rotate it to allow the glass to kind of coat the pipe and roll onto itself. And glass likes itself, so it kind of sticks and creates these layers, and we can build up a mass by going in there multiple times, continuing to rotate and get some more. When we go into our glass furnace and get some glass, we call it a gather. So anytime that you go to get some new glass, we're always going to refer to that as gathering some glass. Our glass furnace is about 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of hot molten glass. Here's a little bit of info up on the screen about it as well. This shows you how we fuel it and how we make sure it stays hot. And this specific furnace is the only one in our hot shop that stays on at all times. So every single day of the week, our glass furnaces are running and they never shut off. We want that glass to be hot and ready to go at any time. And if we were to turn it off and let it cool all the way down, it would take a really long time to get that glass to melt evenly. The other most important thing is what we use to heat our glass back up. As we pull our glass out and start messing with it, it starts to cool down pretty quickly. And so what we use is called a glory hole. This is the big round kind of chambers that you see. And you'll be able to see our glass artists kind of going in and out of them to get that heat on the glass so we can continue to manipulate and change the shape of it. These are a little bit hotter than our glass furnaces, about 2,100 to 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And everything that we have on the hot shop floor is ran by natural gas. Some other little side things that are important are going to be our blow torches. These big blow torches that we light up are about the same temperature as our glory holes, and that's so that we can get some quick heat without having to get up and down. Another thing that we use pretty frequently is this big gray box right here. This is what we call our garage. So the garage is about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's kind of like a waiting room for our glass. So we can stick things in there to preheat it, such as our color bars, which I'll tell you about in a little. And we can put bits and pieces that we want to add onto a bigger piece in here, stored and ready to go whenever we need them. It's like the perfect temperature for glass is that 1,000 degree mark. It keeps it hot enough that it's not going to crack or break, but it's not going to take on a new shape or still be fluid and moving in any way. And that takes us to what we call our annealers. So these big black boxes on either side of the hot shop. We also have some little ones up in the front. This is where we put our glass once we have finished a piece. So when we finish a piece, we put it into there, and it's about 1,000 degrees, and it ticks all the way down to room temperature for us. Usually an overnight process, but again, it depends just on the thickness of the glass and how long it's going to take for all of that glass to completely cool down. So a little bit about color. Let's talk about that, because there's 3 different ways that we can color our glass. One of them, and one of the ones we use probably the most frequently here in our hot shop, is going to be a color bar. So this is solid glass color. And what we usually do is we break these down into like smaller chunks, and we place them into our garage so that we can kind of preheat them. If I were to take this and try and put it straight into a 2,000 degree glory hole, it wouldn't like that and would probably explode on itself. We want to make sure that our temperatures are pretty even from the outside to the inside of the glass. And so we do that by just giving it a little preheat, and then we're able to pull it out and start working with it. This gives us consistent color and allows us to completely color an entire piece without any spots of clear showing through. We can also use powdered glass, so you can think almost like the baking soda or flour that you keep in your house. It's very, very fine ground glass that is colored, and we're able to sprinkle it or roll it onto the surface of hot glass. And then last but not least is what we call frit. So frit is really important for just getting a more kind of, I guess, variation in your coloring. It's not going to be completely even. It's going to have these bits and pieces where maybe it's more rich in the color or clear over here, and that's because it's kind of crushed up glass. It's kind of chunky and has this almost pebbly type of nature to it, and that's another thing that we just roll right onto the surface of our glass and allow it to melt in. Yep, so what we do is we break it into these kind of bite-sized pieces, heat it up, and then get it really, really hot, and we actually drip that color onto the surface of a clear bubble. It's called a color overlay, and it's really important in glass blowing for us to get color and a saturated color across the whole surface.
So it doesn't just make a line of color. How does it form over the whole?
We shape it that way, so it forms the whole thing because it's hot enough, and we're able to kind of spread it almost like butter on toast. I do believe it's something we will get to see at some point, probably shortly here, we'll be able to see that color overlay. And then you can have more of a visual representation of how that works. What we have is a blowpipe here, and you can see we just blew a bubble into that glass. And then on another pipe over on the other side, we're heating up some of that color that we got out of our garage. Once the color's hot enough and we are ready to go, that's when we will then take that color glass and let it drip onto the surface. Yeah, what's the material of the pipes? Stainless steel. So we use stainless steel pipes because they don't make a chemical bond with glass in any way. So when we want the glass to come off the pipe, it's going to do so. And then they're poor heat conductors, so that heat isn't transferring as quickly. Not to say it doesn't transfer, because it does get really hot sometimes. But we also have ways to cool it down, such as the water troughs, where we'll cool down the pipe with just a little bit of water. Yeah, Rogan, where'd he go? I don't see him. He's the guy, he's got a black hat on, and I think black shorts, and like a tan shirt. He's our artist. All right, so let's see this color overlay. You can see we have that hot color going onto the surface of this clear bubble right here. And we allow it to really just drip on there and then almost kind of create this hat on top of our clear bubble. And as we sit down, you're going to be able to see how we start to spread that glass down and across the entire bubble.
Color bar spread over top of clear base underneath.
It's basically the whole color bar, yeah.
Okay.
So the whole color bar will get melted and then it will get so hot that we're able to basically match it to the temperature of the glass and spread it over. Yeah.
And will the color then combine with the clear base, or will it always be a layer on top?
That's a good question. Will it ever combine the color with the clear bubble that we had underneath? No. So something interesting is that in glass blowing, we're actually really just creating layers upon layers. Yeah, it's lots of layers. I like to say, no, there's no mixing or kind of like swirling them together. It creates these sandwiching layers. And so what we're doing is we have clear layer, color, and then we're going to put more clear on top of it. And what we're doing when we start to layer that clear glass on top of our colors, we're trying to build up mass so that when we start to blow air into this, it's going to actually expand and get as big as we'd like it to.
It's not like you're mixing up a swirly or something. Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's typically done with like when you take this chunky stuff, right, the grit, and you add it onto the surface, you can twist it to create different kind of texturing and patterning in the glass. But in our case, our artist really wants this very like opaque, almost glossy, single colored finish. So it's going to be very like monochromatic. It'll just be the one
Does it
color.
always start out as clear? I mean, could you have a start of blue glass as a base, or is it always clear and then a color over that? Can you start with a color?
What I've seen is that there are times when you can start with a color, but it's a little bit challenging because it has to sit in its own furnace, right? Like we can't mix it into our clear glass.
Right.
And usually people do that when they want to make a special type of cane that we
Special
call
type of what?
cane.
Cane.
So it's like the pulled glass. Have you ever seen those sticks of
Right.
pulled glass like these guys where we pulled it super thin and we kind of chop it into pieces? When people want to make something called millefiori, it's like those images inside of that like cross section of the glass, they'll usually use their own pre-melted batches of colored glass.
Color instead of clear, they'll start with the color.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and they kind of just like dip to and from in between the colors to make a shape or a picture inside of this cane.
Okay.
And then they pull it, and no matter how thin they pull it, that image will still always
Stays
be
within it.
inside. Yeah. But here we always start with clear glass, and then we add the
So
color.
no hot pots of color.
Not that I've ever seen, not here, but I know other places like to do it. So maybe someday we'll have to see. So again, I want to point out we do have a drawing on the floor in chalk of what we want this kind of like side table to look like. And it's got these legs on it to hold it up off the ground. And right now in our center bench, that's what we're working on, is making these legs that are going to be holding this little side table up off the ground. Meanwhile, over on the far bench, this is actually going to be the body, the base of the entire piece, and eventually what the legs will get added onto. kind of. You're on the right path, yes, but also the size of our pipe really depends too. The bigger the pipe, the more glass we can start to gather. So those really thin, solid pipes that we use, that we call punties, they can only get a little bit of glass on the end of them. No matter how hard you try to get more and more, their diameter isn't big enough to pick up much more glass. But when we start using a pretty thick blowpipe that actually has that hole through it so we can blow air, it can collect a lot more glass, and then we're able to kind of make bigger things. So in our case, with what we're making right now, we have a pretty decently sized blowpipe that we're going to be getting all that glass onto, and it's able to actually hold all that glass. So like I was mentioning earlier, we're starting to kind of build that sandwiching technique. We have the clear on the inside all the way as our first layer. We have that color, and we went and just got some more clear on top of that. Since that glass is so moltenly hot right now, it looks like it has some sort of color to it, when in reality, that's just the heat. So heat really likes to distort the colors of things, and right now, it's just glowing this really intense orange color. But once it cools, that glass would be completely crystal clear.
Just can you tell it's blue color when it gets molten hot, or is it still just glowing orange and you can't tell it's blue?
Yeah, that's a good question. So if I were working with a blue and I put it in there, or any color really, there's some colors that don't react as much, but blue is actually a really good example. And it starts to get hot like that, and it looks orange. How do you tell which color you're actually using anymore? Mm-hmm. So one of the nice things about having this garage that we kind of preheat in is we can keep track of which color they are, because they haven't gotten hot enough that their color is going to distort. So they're just warm enough that we're able to work with it, but not too hot that they're going to start glowing that reddish color. And that's why, right, glass is dangerous because it looks cold even when it's really hot. And so there's times when it'll be 1,000 degrees in there and you can't even tell because it looks the exact same. But once we do start working with the glass and start heating it up to the level that we are, you do get confused. And sometimes I can't even tell which color they're using until it's completely cooled and it's like getting put away, you know? So right now I'm not too sure which color we're working with. I believe it could be this like amber kind of color. But again, it's really challenging when it's that hot, yeah. Black? We're using a black. So it can be difficult to kind of see the difference between a black and a really dark red, especially when they're hot like that. And same goes for a white and a yellow. They all kind of start to look very similar under that much heat. I don't know what the exact pigment is, and it's not technically a pigment, it's a mineral. Yeah. So everything we use to color glass is all going to be a certain type of mineral. Yeah. Perfect. I was just about to say why. Um, so, what he was just doing there a moment ago is that after we gather some hot glass, sometimes we get air bubbles in the surface of that glass that we just gathered. So, he was kind of picking out those air bubbles, separating it away, and trimming it off so that our finished piece doesn't have any of those air bubbles in it and can be a completely smooth surface. You can see we just went over and cooled down that pipe. And for those of you sitting over there, you probably got to really feel that heat for a moment. Yeah, so that's a really good question. Why do we kind of let it cool before we go and get more on top, right, to build those layers? Something to keep in mind, and I had said a little bit earlier, is that glass likes to stick to itself. If we allow that glass to be super hot as we go in to get more of it, we have a higher chance of it actually stripping off and losing the glass. The other way I can kind of compare it to is water. I know that like you learn that water likes itself, so it's going to stick to itself and it's going to want to go to the bigger mass of itself instead of being kind of separated. So if we allow that glass to be too hot when we go in to get more of it, it could strip it all off because we're going into a big pot that has much more of the glass than what we have on our pipe. So cool it, when we're allowing it to cool, we're making sure that that glass is really established and is stuck onto our pipe so that when we go to get more, we're actually getting more instead of losing any. It's, in our case, we're not making a huge piece. I mean, it's going to be big in the end. But building up those layers is just a really important fundamental part of glass blowing. It's making sure that we aren't taking too much glass at once that we can't work with. Because if we got a huge hunk of glass that was all super molten hot, it would be really hard to control it and keep it on that pipe without it wanting to drip off. Yeah, thank you. Have a good one. Have you seen the rest of the museum yet? Okay, yeah. Go take a good look. We got really good stuff right now. So. All right, so you can see we just got a lot more glass onto our surface, and we're doing something that we call a strip gather. So it's kind of in the name. We're allowing a lot of that glass that we just got onto our surface to strip off. This is because we only want to get kind of just a thinner layer, and we aren't trying to add too much more weight, but we're trying to get another layer of that hot glass. So we're allowing a lot of that mass to strip off of itself so that we still have fresh glass on there, but we aren't increasing our weight too much. And you can see at our bench, we're using this wooden tool that we keep soaked in water that we call a block. So this is really important for us to be able to get that nice rounded shape of our glass, and also kind of make sure that we're very even with the pipe, so that when we do start to blow out and get some air into there, we're blowing an even bubble, and it's not going to want to blow out into any opposite direction. Again, we're going over and cooling down that pipe. Yes, yeah, for the most part, yes. We kind of, the whole thing is that we, right at the beginning, we start with a small bubble, so that when we do start to build up more and more glass, we don't have too much pressure that it's too difficult to blow out a bubble, and we continue to make sure that that bubble is still getting a little bit of air throughout the whole process. Yeah, so it's getting larger partially due to the glass that we're adding to it, but also because we are trying to make sure that we're still keeping air inside of there, and that the pressure on the outside isn't pushing that air out and making it collapse on itself. Thick, really, really thick. Most glass pieces are about 1/2 inch, um, especially like this. They wouldn't have as much glass. Yeah, the less glass, the thinner you can get it. Yeah. So when we want to make something like a very delicate, dainty type of goblet or a bowl or something like that, you start with a lot less glass. And usually we actually don't do a color overlay, but we pre-make colored cups. So if you look on top of the garage, you can see some of those pre-made color cups that we then just use, and that keeps us like making sure that that glass is really like paper thin. But in our case, our piece doesn't need to be extremely thin, and we don't really want it to be, because it allows for it to break easier. So this glass, when we're finished with it and putting it away, will be between 1 inch to 1.5 inches thick. Yeah, it's gonna be a little side table. So it'll be pretty thick glass. Yes. So this glass that we have been collecting and building upon, that is going to be the base of our side table. And then the little legs will be added on later. Yes. Yeah. And the legs have been pre-made and put away into the garage so we can pull them out and stick them right on there. We'll flatten it. So we'll actually go in and flatten out that. Yeah. Yep, just like a bubble. That's basically what we're doing, is blowing a big bubble into the glass. I think roughly, but they haven't made it yet today. We were making the other shape that you see next to it, like these table lamps. So I'm not sure how big it'll actually get, but he said pretty wide, but not as tall as we were working with earlier. So on our bench, on our little side table, we have a really large wooden block. So this is the same tool that we were using earlier, but this one just doesn't have the actual handheld stick that is on the side of it. And we're going to be continuing to use this to shape out our glass. So that's not cloth, it's actually a stack of newspapers. And we keep it wet with water. I know people always think it's very, very interesting that we're able to use like basically a household item, but it helps us get a little bit of a closer contact with the glass and shape it on a more intimate kind of level. So it can kind of feel like the glass blower is going in almost with their bare hand. Kind of, it allows us to like squish and kind of push and pull. Yeah. Yes, yeah. You'll see now we are going in with a tool that we call our jacks. So this is a metal tool that we use to kind of pinch and create indentations in our glass. In our case, we are making a very important element called the jack line. So this is creating like a weak spot in our glass where eventually we'll be able to break off of our pipe onto a new one. And you can kind of think of it as creating a neckline to our piece. We are starting to blow some more air into our whole, what's gonna be side table. So this is the point when you really get to see how much this shape is gonna expand and grow as we start to add more air and continue to shape it out. So, okay, I like your thinking because it's definitely like when it's this large and kind of hanging that far out away from the pipe, your brain tends to think of that. The odds of it breaking off right now are pretty low just because of how hot it is. I was explaining a little bit earlier that if the glass gets too cold, it starts to crack on itself, and that's when we have a lot of risk of it falling off. And that's when you would see it shatter instead of it just kind of plopping onto the ground and more like creating a actual like liquid almost splatter. Um, in our case, it's pretty slim that this would fall right off, and they're pretty good at what they do, so it shouldn't happen. But when we have the most risk is actually going to be when it starts to get cold, and so that'll be like when we're finishing the piece. If we're not giving it enough heat, it could cause it to just crack right off. These paddles, no. This is what we use to help shield each other from the heat. So when he holds up these wooden paddles, he's actually trying to protect the glassblower's arms and hands from all the heat, and then he's also protecting himself. But we can use the paddles to help us shape, to either flatten things or create an even lip line. So like when we are making a cup or a bowl, we'll usually use a paddle to make sure that that lip line stays nice and flat and even.
What's the wall thickness right now of the glass structure? You're blowing air in there, but how thick is that wall thickness and how much is the air pocket approximately? Is it small in size or?
Right now, right now it's much bigger than it was. Yeah. I'm gonna say it to everyone. So I was just asked, when someone is on the other side of the blowpipe and is blowing air into the piece, she's wondering if that person who's blowing the air ever feels that heat as if it's going through the pipe and then into your face as you're trying to blow air. And the answer is no. Something really nice about how our the art of glassblowing works is that we're not applying pressure on the outside, so it's never like deflating itself into our face. And when we are applying that pressure and starting to either flatten something or push something in, we're actually doing something that we call capping, which is where you put your thumb on the end of the pipe and cover that hole so none of that air can escape out. So the person that's blowing actually doesn't really feel any of that heat at all. All right, so we can see we have this really nice shape that we've blown out. It does look a lot like a balloon right now. And what we're going to be doing in a moment here is getting ready to either kind of flatten off that top, or we're going to be getting prepared for where the legs are actually going to go, depending on which side we decide is going to be the top of the table and which side's going to be the bottom. You're exactly right. We are starting to use a really hot torch so that we can get ready to add something on. So whenever we need to get those details in, we pull out this really extremely hot torch, which runs to be somewhere around 5,000 degrees. And it allows us to just get that heat right where we want it to be and gets it hot enough so that we can then add something onto it. The rest of the glass is still extremely hot, but yes, it is cooling. It's hard to tell, right? So if it helps, the color that we're using on this is black. So a solid black, but right now it looks like it could be a red. So that's still just the heat changing the color of it. But once it's fully cooled, or even around that 1,000-degree mark, it will look completely opaque black. All right, so like we were mentioning, it looks like we're using that hot torch, starting to heat up a very specific area of the bottom of our piece so that we can get ready to add on our little legs that will be actually holding up the entire table off the ground. So you'll see we're going to go ahead and attach this first new piece of glass. And then we're going to break it off. And now it is attached onto the rest of our piece. We're able to make some small adjustments. So you'll see the process that we just went through. We're going to go ahead and start repeating as we add the two next legs to it. Yeah, so like I mentioned, this box here is only at 1,000 degrees, and that's like our perfect temperature for glass. It keeps it warm enough that it's not going to crack, but it's not fluid and moving and taking new shape. So when we take it out of here, it's not quite hot enough to be able to be added on to a piece that's anywhere from about like 800 degrees hotter. So that's why we have to pull it out and actually start heating it before we can bring it over and attach it on. You'll see here we go with our second leg, adding that on. It's a quick process to add each leg. And so we're able to keep going in and out of the glory hole to keep getting a flash, as we call it, which is just like a 5-second quick heat. So the part that they want to keep blowtorching is still getting heat every time that they go in. But this is the stage when they will start to blowtorch it more and more, because we're going to be getting to a point where we're ready to actually break it off at that point and be on a new pipe. Yes. Yeah. Hotter. So we want to, when we're getting ready to break off of a pipe, we want to see that that neck where our jack line is to be slightly kind of moving, right? We want to see the piece actually fall. So when it's at that point, that's when we know that if we put some water on it, it's hot enough that the water will create cracks, but not too hot that it'll just evaporate. So it's finding that like perfect in between. Well, isn't this fun? We get a little treat. You guys get to see us actually loading our glass furnace with some raw ingredients. So we kind of bring them out on these little specialized tools that allow us to kind of dump it straight in there. We don't do this very often, so. All right, it looks like we are adding on our final leg that will be able to hold our little side table up off the ground. So we were just trying to remove any of those excess pieces left over from the pipe that we broke off of to add on those legs. So we just went in, heated it up, kind of pulled away any of that glass we didn't want on there, and then smoothed it out so that we know there's no rough edges left over from our punty, also known as our pipe that it originally came from. We're making like a side table. They're just trying to get enough heat on it. So we were outside of the glory hole for a really long time to get all those legs on, and we were really focused on detail, kind of like making sure none of those legs had any rough edges, and so we're having to kind of continuously get heat on it to make sure there's no cracking that happens. Yes, if we allow glass to rapidly cool, keyword rapidly, it causes it to crack and then self-combust. So it's just because that exterior is so much colder than its inside that the opposing temperatures cause each other to break apart. Any glass that we leave on the floor like this, we just sweep it up. At the end of the day, it's cooled down all the way pretty much. We're able to just sweep it right up and put it into recycling, where either it'll get reused if it's been completely clear glass and has no color contamination. We're able to reuse it, break it back down. If it has any sort of trace of color or was used next to color or anything like that, unfortunately, we cannot just reuse it. But we have been known to like give away any of our leftover glass pieces to local artists for them to make it into mosaics or jewelry. And yes, yeah, so just like our first piece, we are going in and we are starting to add some powdered glass onto it. So one of the ways that we can color our glass is with a very, very fine powder. And so what we're doing is we're going into what we call a powder box. And inside of our powder box, we're kind of sprinkling this powdered glass onto it. It kind of looks like a sand right now. And we have to do it inside of this special box because if we were to breathe it in, or if any of us were to breathe it in, it would be extremely dangerous because it's indeed still glass. So we kind of do it in this fancy little box that has constant air filtration and flow going through it to ensure that none of that powdered glass is going into the air and harming us. So you'll see we're coming over with all that powdered glass onto the surface now, and we're going to start to kind of heat it up and allow it to melt on and create a new layer of coloring. So again, there's no real mixing that happens. We're not causing them to become one coherent kind of substance together, but instead it's creating a new layer on top. So you can imagine we had that clear glass and that was its own layer and its own thing, and now we've added on new glass that is creating a new type of foundation. So what I've been guessing is around the 20-pound mark, 20, maybe 25 at this point because of the legs that we added on, and those are solid glass. They aren't blown, so there's no hollow space within them. But it looks a lot heavier because of that weight distribution, and all of it being on the end of a pipe causes it to feel a lot heavier. Yeah. And plus, it's, you know, it's not fun having to carry it all the way across the hot shop. The other thing that makes carrying a large piece of artwork like that is that we have to keep it rotating too. So even though the glass isn't super hot and it's not really moving like it was when we first started, it's still lightly starting to move every time we let it sit for too long. And so as we're actually walking all of that weight, we're having to kind of flip it with our hip. So it becomes a full body workout. I mean, I can't, it's not for me anymore. I couldn't, my arms are way too flimsy for all that. But these guys basically don't have to go to the gym because they're having to lift all of these really heavy pieces and carry them to ridiculous places. Mostly because it's also a foot traffic area, you know? Like, we got lots of people walking. You can see that those tracks for that, like, little stand that we use stick up out of the ground. They aren't actually cemented into the door. And so they stick out, and it's too much of a risk of somebody tripping or yeah, and we don't, I mean, we don't even frequently use that far away, but in our case today, our artist really wants to get that powder on there, and so we're having to, travel with it further than we normally would. The most we usually travel with it is when we actually break it off. Somebody carries it with their hands all the way to be put away, or to cool down the pipe. That's about the furthest distance we normally are going. So, plus it makes them look cool when they're carrying those big pieces on the end of these pipes. So maybe it's all for the entertainment, right? So this is fun. We're actually taking a power drill now, and we're drilling a hole into the bottom of our piece. So you can see we're just heating it up really, really nice and hot so that we can actually drill a small hole into the bottom. And this hole that we are currently putting into our piece is going to be really important in a moment here. So what this hole in the bottom of our piece is going to do is allow us to connect a new blowpipe onto that side and be able to still blow air into our piece without completely cutting off our ability to. When we do this, we're also making it so that we can completely close up the other side. Because if we were to try to break off this piece without that hole in the bottom and close up that opening that we have left over from our blowpipe, it would cause the whole thing to actually kind of suck itself inwards because of all that heat being trapped inside. It would almost vacuum seal itself. And so what we're doing is we're just building this ability to have a blowpipe that'll have an open hole. So we're going to blow this bubble so that we can actually pop it and have that exposed hole to connect to the other hole that we have put on our piece. It's a little bit of an abstract kind of process to explain, but as it's actually in the works and happening, you'll be able to understand a little bit better how we're achieving this. I know you were trying to grab me. So it's so that it doesn't get in the way of those legs. Yeah, so we don't want it to interfere with the legs that we had added on. Yeah, so we're trying to make sure that we can kind of miss them, right? And make sure that we're not gonna stick to them in any way. All right, so here comes the exciting part where we actually get to put this all into motion and attach our new blowpipe. And now we are going to be getting ready to break it off. So we're going to grab a little bit of water in our tweezers to create some small cracks on the surface. And then we're going to tap it off of the pipe. So how we're really able to achieve this is that way earlier in the process, we made that jack line, which is basically serving as a weak point in the glass. And then when we apply that water, we make sure our glass is just hot enough that it'll create cracks right in just the surface of the glass. And it kind of creates these spider webbing cracks right in that spot where we want it to break, so that as we hit our pipe, those vibrations get sent through and break it off at that location. Is it always successful? Absolutely not. But in most cases, we have a beautiful break off where it breaks right where we want it to and there's no issues. Never say that. There's no such thing as a dumb question.
Oh, just wait. You've talked a lot about making sure everything stays hot up to a certain temperature, not too hot, not too cold.
Right.
And then putting it out so that it settles, it comes down in temperature slowly. Is there ever a time when something like this, there was a place where you said, let's put it out tomorrow, that you can set it and let it start to cool so it's safe, but you heat it back up and put it working? Is there ever a way to do that?
I love this question so much that I need everyone to hear it because I actually get asked this more than you think.
Okay.
So it's not a dumb question at all. Yeah, so we're wondering right now, we're having a question about if we started a piece, right? If we were working on this piece, but we were closing in 2 minutes and we can't finish it for some reason, is there a place where we can store it so that we could pick it back up tomorrow, right? Unfortunately, no. Only because once we're at this point in a piece, you either see it through or you send it on its way and kind of just abandon ship. So glass blowing is really challenging just because having to kind of section out time and be really good at knowing how long each piece is probably going to take you is one of the biggest skills you also have to learn. In our case here, I've never seen us be able to take a whole piece like this and store it somewhere and be able to pull it out and keep working with it, only because to keep it hot enough at that temperature, it would take a new shape, or if we set it down somewhere, it would probably squish itself in and it would no longer be what we want it to be. No. If we let it cool all the way down even, right? If we said, okay, we'll just cool it down overnight and tomorrow we'll pull it out and somehow, heat it back up, it would take hours. That's why one of the reasons we don't ever turn off our glass furnaces, right? Because that hot molten glass needs to stay hot for us. And if we were to turn it off at the end of every day, we would have to wait a really long time for it to get back up to almost 2,000 degrees for us to be able to work with it. So no, actually. So do we have to add on all the pieces while it's hot? Not at all. A good example I use is actually Dale Chihuly, because most people are really familiar with his work, right? He makes these beautiful chandeliers. Those are all done once they've cooled. So once everything is cold and has been brought out, he's able to actually kind of wire in and glue all those pieces to make those chandeliers. But each individual piece is made to then be added together after the fact. Something really interesting about glass blowing is that you are only getting to see about half the work that is done. The other half is done once it's cooled, and we do something called cold working, where we're grinding and we're fixing imperfections, or we're sandblasting or etching, designs on the surface. We can also be gluing things. We can be adding more pieces to it. We can be cutting things out. So a lot of the stuff that you see here isn't going to be the complete finished product. There's a particular caulking and stuff like that we use. No. So the glue will never be some sort of hot glass, because you can think of it as if you were to put the hot glass on that completely cooled glass, it would instantly cause that glass to crack, because that heat is too intense for that cold glass. It shocks it, right? So the glue that we use is usually some sort of high grade super glue and caulking. Usually we also like cover up any of the holes left over from a blowpipe or a puntee, just because there can be holes left over that you can't do anything about. We couldn't do anything about when we were here working with it, so then we have to actually go in and glue it shut. Kind of, yeah. Right. If we wanted those legs to kind of be separated from the piece, like in this case, our artists kind of want those legs to be pushed into the glass, right? He wants that round, base that we made to kind of almost hug those legs. And we wouldn't be able to achieve that if we were to have done it after the fact. All right, so you can see we're able to blow air into our piece. Like I was saying earlier, we kind of cut it off from its original blowpipe and we closed up that hole, and now we're actually blowing air through it and starting to inflate the other side so that we can get it to be even with the rest of it. And then eventually we're going to go in and actually flatten that out to create this tabletop. So I was just mentioning to those folks down here, if you haven't gotten a chance to see the rest of the museum or go to the gift shop at all, if those are things on your list that you want to do, now is definitely the time to do it, because we do close at about 5 o'clock. And so this piece will be pretty much cutting it close on that time. So before you get wrapped up in this and, you know, want to watch it till the end, we do have a few more little steps before we're actually fully finished. So just a reminder, if you want to do any of those last minute things before the rest of the museum starts to close down, I would go and do it now. So you can see we're starting to really flatten out that tabletop. So how do we let it cool without any of the shape getting damaged? So the nice thing is when we go to put it away to cool down, it's at that temperature that I keep talking about, that magic temperature where nothing's going to change about it and it's not going to crack because it's going to be held at a consistent temperature. It goes into a big black box called our annealer, and it gets annealed. So basically it goes from that 1,000 degrees and it goes down very, very slowly until it hits about 75. Usually it's about overnight, so sometime tomorrow we'll be able to see it, we'll be able to pull it out. No, it won't be suspended. It'll be sat. Yes, and nothing will happen to it because it's already cooled down enough that nothing new will happen to the glass. Yes. So nothing will get damaged, hopefully, right? That's always the hopes, but there's always those small percent chances that something could happen when it's in there. Someone will carry it. Someone will carry it, so it'll get broken off into somebody's arms, and they'll carry it all the way to this box and they'll place it inside. Yeah, after they break it off. They just carry it. They wear these big gloves, and they wear a shield over their face and a coat. They wear all the things, and then they take it over and place it in there. But right now it looks like we're trying to get a little bit more powdered color onto it in a certain area. Just some more of like the finer details before we're finished. It's like in a little sift. Like, yeah, they sift it just like dessert, just like powdered sugar going onto your donuts. Yeah, same concept. So again, we're just going over and getting some of that powdered glass onto the surface of our piece. And we have to do it in this very special box over here called our powder box to ensure that nobody is breathing in the powdered glass. So what you'll see now is we're going in and we're adding some red spots onto it. So we're kind of throwing that powdered glass onto the surface. And since it's hot enough, and we're making sure to keep that surface hot enough, any of that glass that we're throwing onto it is immediately sticking onto the surface. So what we've been doing is kind of jumping back and forth, getting some of that powdered glass from our powder box. For those of you that left us for a moment and came back, welcome back. You didn't miss too much. We flattened out that kind of tabletop side. We used a wooden paddle and we kind of just applied pressure to flatten it out. And then we've been adding this powdered glass to the surface. And we also went in and kind of like threw a little bit of red powdered glass onto it as well to give it even more dimension. So we should be getting really close to this piece being finished, which is pretty much perfect timing. The whole thing is going to be black, but now we've thrown these different powdered glass onto it that's giving it a very like kind of reflective, almost shimmery metallic look to it. So it's going to have a little bit more of that silvery metallic outer kind of effect on it. But overall, the entire thing is black. And those legs were clear, but now have that same shimmery, metallic-y type of powdered glass. Yeah. So it'll also just, once it cools, it'll look like red kind of splatters, spots put onto it as well. Yeah. And I don't believe those have any sort of metallic shine to them. Yeah. What type of tabletop will this have? So it already has the tabletop to it. This is the whole side table. Yeah, it'll just be that flat glass that we already created on it. I don't think he has any intention to add anything on top. Oh, that's the powdered glass. So it's colored powdered glass that we're adding. Somewhat. It's still glass, so it's still going to have that slick kind of sheen surface to it once it's like fully annealed. Right now it looks very like rough, and it's going to have more of a matte type of finish to it, but it'll still technically be slippery. All right, so it looks like the much anticipated time has come of getting ready to break this piece off and put it into our annealer. So we always know we're getting to that point when one of our glass blowers starts getting dressed in the very fashionable clothing to keep himself safe and protected from all the heat. We're going to continue to make sure that our glass and our connection point is really nice and warm so that we can get it to actually break where we'd like it to. All right, so here we go. The much awaited for moment is here. We're going to get that water and put it on that point we'd like it to break at. Our glass blower is going to grab a hold of our art piece. Yeah, a round of applause. And into the annealer it goes to cool down. We got to give them one more round of applause. Well, thank you for hanging out with us and watching this piece get finished. And special thanks to our visiting artist as well, Rogan, for being the creative ideas behind what we made today. We appreciate you being here at the museum, and we hope to see you again soon.